Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Professor Datuk Professional Technologist Dr. Syahrin Sahib, the Honorable Associate Professor Professional Technologist Dr. Sabrina Ahmad, Associate Professor Professional Technologist Dr. Nurul Akmar Emran, Associate Professor Professional Technologist Dr. Nurul Azma Zakaria, the Honorable Rector Dr. Iskandar Itan, the Honorable Vice Rector 1 Dr. Meliana, Vice Rector 2 Dr. Teddy Jurnali, and Vice Rector 3 Dr. Happy Hefri Arianto, and all the deans, the heads of programs, and all the lecturers, good morning. My name is Dwinta, and it's a precious chance for me to be your MC on this very special occasion, PhD Ready Hybrid Seminar with University Technical Malaysia Melaka. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this very special event without any obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad SAW, who had brought us to the path of light from the darkness in this life. Today, we have several agenda as follows. Opening, welcoming speech by Vice Rector 1, Dr. Meliana. Opening remarks by Professor Datuk Professional Technologist Dr. Syahrin Sahib. Speaker's introduction by moderator. Presentation on how to write a research PhD proposal by Associate Professor Professional Technologist Dr. Sabrina Ahmad. Presentation on how to get published by Associate Professor Professional Technologist Dr. Nurul Akmar Emran. Q&A session, and closing and documentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Move on to the next agenda is welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, Dr. Hendy Sama. To Dr. Hendy Sama, time is yours.
All right. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan kepada to all of the audience and especially to our speaker here, Professor Datuk Dr. Syahrin bin Sahib. Good morning, sir. Then Professor Madya, Dr. Nurul Ahmar binti Emran. Morning. Then Dr. Nurul Asma binti Zakaria. Good morning. Then Associate Professor Dr. Sabrina binti Ahmad. Good morning. Thank you, our honorable guests, for today's session. As you know that our computer science faculty has already 3 students having the class there for PhD. Then what we have here, all the audience, of course, good morning all. Thank you for all the audience, hybrid, yeah, either offline or online. Also all our lecturers from all the Riau archipelago, Riau Islands, morning, and then of course our Chief of Apticom Kepri, Bapak Munir, and then all the honorable guests. Yeah. Computer science faculty has already been cooperated with UTM for more than 10 years. Yeah. That means that we already have a very bonded connection, very good connection with them. So some of our students have already been there, and then some of their students have already been in our computer science faculties having many programs. So the objective of this event is to strengthen our cooperation in the field of education, research, and of course, society services, and plus innovation. Thank you very much for your time for have so to support us, and we support each other. This is the mutualism cooperation between us. Then we also projected we have 6 more lecturers will go for PhD in UTM for the coming next year. So this is very good that UTM is very welcome for our cooperation. Then what we have achieved from the yesterday's session is we will have a collaboration for student exchanges. This is not limited to UIB. Also, we welcome to all our universities leaders here who join through online or offline in this room or in the online. We have also we will also have 3+2. We will have a visiting scholar. This is a change, and then the staff training, and then the joint research and publication, and UTM welcome to lecturers to be published in their journal once it is we have a good cooperation. Then least but not last is about the learning collaboration that we have done every year with UTM through many conferences. Okay, so what we have here is a very good cooperation. Hopefully, for the whole leaders here who's visiting our event, hopefully this event will have a good then fruitful results. Thank you. MC.
Thank you, Dr. Hendy, for your welcoming speech. The next agenda is opening remarks by Professor Datuk, Professional Technologist, Dr. Shahrin Sahib. To Dr. Shahrin, time is yours.
Thank you very much to the chair lady. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Ashrafil Anbiya'i wa Mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi yassir wa tu'assir rabitan bil khair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everybody. Yang terhormat Bapak Dekan, Pak Hendy, all the honored guests here in this room and also online, students, lecturers. First and foremost, just to honor the tradition of Kepulauan Riau dan adat kami di Melaka, izinkan saya berpantun lagi. Mudik hilir sungainya landai, dalamnya pula setakat dada. Bukan pula menunjuk pandai, hanya menyambut adat lembaga. Kapal dagang dari seberang, syarat muatan kayu meranti. Dari jauh kami datang, menjalin semula silaturahmi bersama UIB. Pohon limau di tepi permatang, buahnya dicapai dengan dipanjat. Dari Melaka kami datang, alhamdulillah telah sampai dengan selamat. Ke Kalimantan membangun rumah, rumah dibangun di tengah desa. Persahabatan adalah yang paling indah, takkan dilupa sepanjang masa. First of all, I would like to thank our host for accepting us for this visit. And first and foremost, as I've mentioned in my pantun, our key intention of being here actually is to rekindle the old friendship which we have built between UTM and UIB for, I think, more than 10 years already perhaps. And definitely this trip is a very special one for me because I've been here quite a while ago when I was Dean of the faculty. And today, with the trip together from UTM, we have few very strong ladies. That's the word I will be using, who will be sharing some experience with all of us this morning in various sessions. And as we have discussed yesterday with Pak Hendy, the key foundation of our relationship between UTEM and UIB is more on experience sharing, to share each other's strength, to further develop the two institutions. And hopefully the friendship, persahabatan dan silaturahmi yang telah kita bina dapat kita terus bangunkan demi manfaat untuk kita membangun sumber anak bangsa serantau, insyaAllah. So on that note, I would like to thank and convey the salam from our leadership from UTEM to all the friends that we have in UIB, and hopefully the international hybrid seminar that we are going to conduct today will be fruitful to all our audience here in this room as well as online. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Shahrin, for the opening remarks. We also welcome you very much to be here because it's been like almost 2 or 3 years since the last time we met the UTEM students here. Okay, now comes to the main agenda, PhD Ready Hybrid Seminar presentation by our speakers that will be led by Mr. Herman as the moderator. To Mr. Herman, time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Tinta. And I would like to share screen first about our moderator. To this. Okay. First of all, good morning all. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Associate Professor Technologies, Dr. Sabrina Ahmad. She's a qualification PhD student, PhD from Computer Science, University Western Australia in 2012. And next, Master in Science, Computer Science, specifically in Real-Time Software Engineering from University Technology Malaysia, 2002. Bachelor of Information Technology, HONS from University Utara Malaysia at 2000. And also, she has a certified at the Professional Requirement Engineering, certified Professional IT Architect, and for research specialist field in software engineering, requirement engineering, software quality, enterprise architecture, software testing, and knowledge management. And also quite active research at 2040 and 2010 until now, almost the height has index and 10. And next, for our second speaker, I'd like to introduce Professor Asok Nurul Akmal Emran, qualification, PhD in Computer Science, specifically in data quality from University of Manchester, 2011. Next, Master in Database and Internet Technology from London South Bank University in 2002. Manager Information System, specialist in database from International Islamic University Malaysia, 2001. Certified Energy Manager, Asian Center for Energy and Malaysia Green Technology, specialist in Green Tech, Green Data Management. Certified EMC Proven Professional, Data Science Associate, EMC. And next, Corporation Big Data Analyst. And also Oracle Certified Professional, Oracle Certified Associate, and Database 2 Certified Associate. And for specialist field in general data design and management, data information quality, big data management, and in database analytic using MATLAB, also green data management, and database space optimization and software quality. So I will like to give our time to Professor Sabrina. May for the next. Yeah, in front. Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, ibu-ibu, bapa-bapa semua pada hari ini. So firstly, thank you Pak Herman for the introduction. And I also want to thank you, the host, Faculty of Computer Science, especially the Dean, Dr. Hendy, and for having us here today. And we have two talks as mentioned by Pak Herman just now. So I'm going to start with the academic writing, how to get published, given 1 hour, right? Yep, and then followed by Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Akmal, who will talk about how to write a research proposal for PhD admission. Okay, so why do we start with academic writing is to get the understanding why is it important, why as an academic, sebagai dosen, mengapa perlu, why do we need to write and to publish, and because it relates so much with the why we do research and how research and in academic, how PhD benefit us. Okay, so this is the title, Academic Writing, How to Get Published. Okay, so this is the content of my talk today. So usually when we have this title, we will spend like at least 1 day workshop or half-day workshop. Okay, so that because there's so many things that we can share, there's many tips and tricks and how we can publish and how we can publish in a good journal. In fact, when we are going back next week, we have a 3 days workshop on how to get published back in UTM. Okay, so given 1 hour, okay, I'll try my very best to share as much as possible, okay, with all of you on how to get published. First, we need to have the understanding why publish, because we need to spend our time writing. In fact, in some journals, we have to pay to get our write-up published. So why we're doing that? Then we need to check whether we are ready to publish or not. Okay, do we have enough materials that can be written and get published? Okay, and then we'll also discuss what to publish, where we can publish, and how to prepare the articles. So we will go one by one from the title until references. Right, next slide. Okay, basically why publish? Like I mentioned earlier, why publish and why we are doing research relates so much. As an academic, as a lecturer, sebagai dosen, okay, we are not only teaching our students in university, we are also responsible to cultivate knowledge among the society, right? So that's why we do research, to have something better, you know, to come out with something better that will benefit the people, right? So how do we get to do that? Okay, once we do research, we would like people to know, to understand, and if possible, to replicate. And for other researchers to better improve what we are proposing, whether it's a new technique, whether an improved method, okay, to improve in maybe performance, or for example, maybe our research can provide a better living, to provide faster internet. So how do we get people to know? So when we're doing research, okay, we also need to communicate what we are working on with the people out there. Okay, so that's why it is one of the necessary steps embedded in the scientific research process. So that's why publication is essential. That's why it is beneficial, not for ourselves, also for other people. Right. In other university, okay, in most of the university in the world, it is necessary for graduation. Not in the university where I graduated from Australia, it's not compulsory to have publication. But I would say most of the university in Malaysia, also in Indonesia, to have publication in order for us to graduate. For example, in UTM, okay, Pak Tony has to publish 2 index journal papers to graduate. Okay, if master by research, 1 index article for graduation. And also it's for our career progression. So this is basically good because we are being exposed earlier on how it's important and how to do it, how to share the knowledge with the people, right? And then once our work get published, we as a researcher will get some sort of satisfaction, which I'm not sure how to describe that in words. Only once you have done that, then you feel it, right? And if you want to quantify it, so the more publication that we do, it will improve the ranking of the university we are working at, okay? Because people, not only in our country, and also people from all over the world will recognize our expertise, will recognize our work, okay? And that will improve the visibility of our university and also improve the ranking of our university in the world. So that's why publication is important. So that's why researcher, academic staff, docents are writing, okay? So how do we know that we are ready to publish? Okay, do we have enough materials? What do we have so that we can write and we can publish? Okay, so usually when we do research, we do have the data. We do experiment. Okay, maybe we want to do survey using questionnaire. We will collect data as a results. Okay, so we have that and we can describe what we do. That's what we call methods. Okay, how do we do the questionnaire? Okay, who is answering the questionnaire? We describe all the steps that we are doing. That is the method. Okay, so we have method, we have results, we can publish, right? Or you discover there's one method that is interesting. Maybe you are doing gamification in your class as a teaching technique, right? You discover that other lecturers in another part of the world doing that. You find it interesting. You do that with your student in your class. When you're doing it, you discover that, there's something lacking here. You can improve this. Or what is being implemented in other university is not really suitable in your class. So you further improve the gamification technique to be implemented in your class. So what you do is actually you do an enhancement, right? So whatever you do to improve the current method, you can describe that, write a paper, and you can publish. Okay? Or you do a study. You do a study of current method or current technique on how to do software development better, for example, right? So and then you study what other people has done earlier, what they are contributing. Okay, so you find out there are many hundreds of papers. You study that, you discuss that, then you have a review paper. That is also a publication, something that you can write. Okay, so if you have all those things, then you are ready to publish. And then you are not ready if you do not have up-to-date work. There's no that you are not doing anything new. And then maybe you cannot find the correct conclusion, or maybe it's a duplication of what has been published before. Okay, so in that case, you are not ready to publish yet, but you can further improve that. You have something to share with people. Easier said, you have something different, something more to share with people, then you are ready to publish. Okay, next, what to publish? Okay, so this is mentioned in the previous slide, new and original results. So when you see new, original, sometimes it scares you off, right, to write. You feel that you do not have something new, you do not have something original. But this is not difficult, actually, right? Like I say, you have certain technique that you use in your classroom. Okay, or you are responsible in your computer center for the university, right? So your day-to-day work, okay, you do things every day, you go through the same process, and when you discover you can improve this and that, you do the improvement that is new. And usually in research, we test or we evaluate whether what the newly things that we propose is beneficial, that provide improvement or not. Okay, so then you have results. And when you describe how you do it, that is actually methods. It's something that you do every day. So you actually has something new, something original throughout your life. So it's not something impossible to do. Okay, it's even easier when you are studying, you're doing a master by research, you are doing PhD, you do the study. That's what you do while you're studying. So definitely you have something to publish. Okay, and you have reviews, you summarize other people's work, that is also publishable. And when you search, you can search in keyword literature review, a review study, yeah, things like that. Then, and if you have manuscript that has improved something, like I mentioned earlier, okay, so that it will enhance the knowledge and understanding of certain area. Okay, so I'll go next. Yep. Right. If you want to publish, we have the understanding. We want people to know what we are working on, what we are improving. And if possible, we want other people to be able to replicate our work so that it can be deployed, it can be implemented. And we want other researchers to appreciate our work. Maybe other researchers can further explore, can further improve the work for the benefit of the people, right? So it's not only we need to have good content, we also need good presentation so that people won't get bored when reading. Okay, they find something new, they can find something interesting so that they can continue reading, right? And it is also important because we need our paper, our articles to be accepted by the journals to be published. Okay, so it has novel, clear, useful, and the message must be exciting. And the way we write it, okay, I'll explain in the later slides, and the way how we can construct our manuscript so that it can be easily readable. And usually when you send to journal, definitely it will be sent to the reviewers where we do not know who's the reviewers, for them to evaluate whether or not our manuscript is publishable or not. So we have to bear in mind these people are busy people and they have read a lot of manuscript. So it must be interesting and it must highlight good content. Okay, next. So where to publish? Okay, what I wrote in this slide is basically the general idea. You want to know who's the audience, who will read your work. So you will find the right place to publish. So it's not necessarily a journal, okay? You can also publish in proceedings. When we go to conference, our articles will be published in proceedings, okay? So it is good when you want other researchers to know your work. You want other researchers to know that you already venture in this particular technique or method in a specific domain that you're working on. All right. And you can ask maybe your supervisors, your colleagues to provide suggestions on where should you publish. All right. If you're talking about journal, there's some non-index journals and some non-index journals, some index journal. Is quite hard to get in the index journal, okay, but it's not impossible, okay, because people are publishing every day. And there's also higher ranking journals. When we already have experience writing several journals, then we can go up to higher ranking journals. All right, that's not all. We also can publish in book chapter. Okay, it's not necessarily that you must done the entire cycle of research, right? If you are supervising final year project, for example, they are doing something, right? We can write that in a manuscript. We can publish that in a book chapter, right? We also can publish that in conferences where you get proceedings. If the data is sufficient, you have the results, okay, and good analysis, it is also publishable in journal, okay? So there are many places that you can publish your manuscript. Okay, so not only talking about journal, okay, also conferences and book chapters. You need to look at the aim and the scope, okay, of the journal or the conference and book chapter. And then what would be the articles considered? Who is reading it? Okay, is it subscribed in open access or not? Nowadays, it's popular for the journals going open access because more people can read it, but it will involve certain amount of fees. All right. There are some free journals, of course, we can browse, and some has high fee, some low fee. Okay, so we have options, and some of the universities sponsor the publication of the journals by the lecturers. Okay, and the speed of publication, if it's urgent for you to publish, those journals do publication monthly. Okay, some has once in 2 months, some once a year. So it depends on where you want to publish. Okay, and also the indexing, the bibliometrics. Okay, and then the nature of the journal. Some journals would welcome the review work, where you study other people's work, the review papers. Some journals only expecting a full research reports. So you need to know whether you are sending your manuscript to the right place. Sometimes you have good articles, good manuscripts, but you are sending not to the right journals, then you do not get published. Okay, next. Now, how do we prepare our articles? How do we prepare our journals? Right, it's not happening overnight. It's not that you do cut and paste and having one manuscript. You really need to spend your time. So make sure the aim, the purpose, and how you're going to write it. And it must be very clear and concise. Okay, so you have to decide which data that you are willing to share, right? Especially when you are still doing the PhD. Okay, you are still doing its ongoing research. You need to decide which data can be shared. And then you need to come out with appropriate tables or charts, or what kind of illustrations that can help the readability of your manuscripts. Okay, you do not want to have all text in your manuscript. You want to support it with some illustration, so it will improve the readability. Okay, and the SEO. What is SEO? Is search engine optimization. When people search, okay, let's say people search image processing, for example, then your paper is doing image processing. You want it to come up top of the search. Okay, we're familiar with Google Scholar, right? We're familiar with Google Scholar. We want to know something we search, right? We put in keywords, correct? Okay, so now when other peoples are doing the search, we want our paper to be on top, okay, to be searchable. So that's why when we write our paper, we need to have the strong keywords. It must appear in the titles, okay, throughout the text, and usually in the first 2 sentences of the abstract. Okay, so that is actually search engine optimization. So it's not falling from the sky. We have to design it so that our paper is searchable, so people will easily can find our articles and manuscripts. Okay, so the writing process is basically we are building an article with all these components. We have title, we have abstract, the keywords, Okay. We have introduction and conclusion, of course, and how you explain it. You have the method. Okay. Then when you do the research, you definitely has data that you analyze, okay, in the results. And then we do the discussion, what we get, what kind of things that we get from the experiment or from the research that we have done. And we support the explanation with figures and tables. Okay, if you look at this as a component, you can write it easily. You write it in components, then you compile it, become a paper. Right. So the article structure. So you need to search and find what would be the catchy or interesting title that you want to talk about. Okay. Then you summarize that in an abstract. And you identify what would be the SEO keywords, the search engine optimized keywords, okay, that will make your manuscript popular, right? If it's interesting, okay, but if you do not write the right keywords, people won't be able to find it. Okay, then you tell your story. Okay, what is actually the problem? Okay, why you are doing this? Okay, what would be the method you are using? Okay, you can do experiment. You can do survey. You can do empirical investigation, right? And then you have done that. Describe. When we describe the method, it must be clear and concise, right? In hope that other people could understand or can replicate our work in order to get the same results. Because being a researcher, okay, we want our work to benefit other people as well, to benefit the society. So we must write our articles clearly so that people can understand, so that people can appreciate, and if possible, replicate for a better world. And we have results, discussion. So we tell our story, then we provide the context, okay, in terms of conclusion. Okay, finally, you will have the acknowledgement. You want to acknowledge who's contributing to the articles, maybe the sponsor, okay, and then you have references, okay, where do you refer your work, and the supporting materials if applicable. Okay, so effective manuscript article. So first, we are talking about title. Okay, we should identify the main issue of the paper. Okay, it must be simple. We do not want it to be lengthy. Okay, it also must be accurate, is easily understand if possible. It must be catchy. Okay, and you should use professional language. Okay, and do not use not popular abbreviation because people won't understand. And make sure in the title, that's the keyword that we want people to discover. Usually when people do searching, they will search the title. All right, so these are some example. Okay, the example 1, original title, influenza vaccination of children, a randomized title. Trial, sorry. Revised title, okay? Pay attention. Effect of child influenza vaccination on infection rates in rural communities, a randomized trial. What is the difference? They have, the second one, the revised title has more information, okay? So we are not only talking about influenza vaccination, okay, but we want to talk about the effect of the infection rates. Where do you do it? You are not doing it for the entire world, but you specifically doing it for the rural communities. And what you do is the randomized trial. Okay, so It is visible in the title. It's clear what you actually do and what to expect in your article, right? The second example, performing empirical investigation to demonstrate the usefulness of MCB rank method in improving requirements prioritization, right? That is the original title. Revised title, MCB rank method to improve software requirements prioritization and empirical investigation. Okay, sounds similar, correct? But the revised title is more straightforward. It's simpler. It has all the information that the original title has, but it is simplified, more straightforward, easily understood. So in designing the title, we try as much as possible to avoid unnecessary word. Okay? Right. The third title, a review on software test case prioritization. A review is a literature review. Okay, so the revised title, a systematic literature review on regression test case prioritization. What is actually the difference? Where do you improve? So in the revised title, we basically tell the method that we are using to do the review. There's many ways of doing literature review. So in the title, we state clearly we are doing a systematic literature review. And there are many test case prioritization. Okay, there are many test case. There are many types of testing. So we're saying that this paper is only talking about regression testing. So we improve the title. All right, so that's how we design the title. Make it as complete as possible. Okay, it must be specific, short, catchy, and has all information. Is it okay? Now, we're talking about keywords. So this is basically the label of the manuscript. Okay, we want it to be as much as possible SEO, search engine optimized, so that when people do the searching, they will find our paper, our article. Okay, so because it is used in indexing, and in order for the journal to send your manuscript to the right reviewer to give evaluation, and for the editor of the journal to decide whether to accept or not for publication. Okay, so the keywords is the most important part. Okay, in that manner. Okay, so now the example, the article title, Meta Heuristic Optimization Based Feature Selection for Software Defect Prediction. Okay, so the keywords about software defect prediction, and we do feature selection. Okay, inside the paper, how do we do that? We do feature selection, we do genetic algorithm, particle swarm optimization, and the technique is bagging technique. So the keywords, okay, must highlight what this paper is all about. Okay, so the second example, the effectiveness of gamification technique for higher education students' engagement in Polytechnic Muazzam Shah, Pahang, Malaysia. Okay, so what we want to highlight here, the technique is gamification. For whom? For higher education. We are doing the gamification for what purpose? For students' engagement. So people who searching students' engagement will find our paper. Student who's searching gamification will get this paper. And for higher education, okay, for what? For whom? They will also find this paper. All right. So when we already have the keywords, we have to make sure that some of the keywords will appear in the title, in the abstract, and throughout the articles, right? Okay, abstract. So abstract, keep it as brief as possible. Okay, so we usually follow the rule of 10. Okay, usually we will state the aim. When people search the paper, they found your paper, they will read the abstract first. It's like a summary of your paper. So we need to state what is the aim, the purpose of the paper. Then you have to mention the methods or the materials that you're using. Okay, and then you have the results and provide a very brief discussion or conclusion. So results, we are not saying that you need to have all the results in the abstract. That's impossible. It's just that when you're talking about, let's say, you're improving performance, so you can say that according to this method, the performance is improved by improved by 56% in comparison to what? Or we have improved in standard deviation of what? Okay, so what we claim, okay, so we make it visible in the abstract. We say it improved in efficiency. We say it improved in performance. Okay, what method you are using? We are doing empirical investigation. All right, so make it visible, it improved in efficiency by what? In comparison to the current method that other researchers have been done. Then people will find it interesting. Then only they will read the entire paper. Okay, usually people read abstract, some paragraph on introduction, and then they look at the results, really interesting. They look at the method, then only they will read the entire paper. Okay, next. Okay, this is a snapshot example of introduction. So what should we have in introduction? So basically, we want to position our work, why we are writing this paper. Okay, so we basically want people to know that we discover a problem, right? So we need to explain what is the problem. Then you think, okay, so you describe what you do, you want to do. Okay. Next, you have to mention the existing solutions or the limitations. Okay. Okay, let's say we're talking about software development process. Okay, make it simple. Software development process. There, people have been developed system for many years, correct? How to develop a system? They go through process. Okay, do the analysis, do the design, do the development, do the testing, and then go to maintenance. Okay, let's say you are referring to certain process or model. Okay, and there are many other researchers are improving that particular model. Let's say waterfall model. Are we familiar with waterfall model here? Yes, yes, that's very ancient model. So people has been working on improving that. Now you want to improve more. Okay, so you have to state what is the problem with the waterfall model. Okay, what other people has been done to improve the waterfall model. Then you have to position why it is not enough yet, because you have a better proposal. So what you are doing. So that must be visible in the introduction. Okay. So for example, so this is a paper, one of my students' paper. efficiency of the image augmentation method using CNN transfer learning in identification of timber defect. Okay, it is published earlier this year in IJAXA. So at the introduction, it visible the problem. Even though many machine learning algorithm has shown considerable recognition rates for different kinds of timber defects, the present manual feature extraction procedure executed in machine learning is considered quite taxing due to its vulnerability to multiple feature attributes, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you state the problem. Then what you do in the green box, this study advocates the use of deep learning approaches, okay, in this case, the CNN algorithm, to address the complex procedure of feature extraction, blah, blah, blah. You position what you are doing. And what is lacking is in the blue box, okay? Because the CNN method is not much visible in the timber industry in this case. Okay, so you need to have these three things: explain the problem, you describe your approach, and mention existing solutions and what are the limitations briefly. Okay. Next. Oh, already. Okay. Now, we want to explain to the readers, to the audience that read our manuscript, how do we do that? The methods. So you describe how the problems were studied. So you include as much detail as possible. Okay, because what we are producing as a researcher, we are improving something. Okay, we hope that it can be implemented. We hope it can be benefited other people. So we must explain it clearly so other people can replicate our work. They can do the repetition. All right. So you need to identify things very clear and concise. So this example, a systematic literature review on regression test case prioritization. This is also a paper from one of my PhD students. So it is also published in IJAXA in year 2021. So this paper is published by my student during her first year of PhD candidature. Okay, when she did a literature review. Okay, definitely when you want to find a problem and what to do, you definitely need to study other research work, correct? So that's where you find many papers. Then you can produce literature review paper. Okay, for PhD student, this is very beneficial because this will be part of your chapter 2 in the thesis. Okay. All right. So we mentioned the method. So we adopted a systematic literature review strategy as a method. Then you mentioned about the SLR, the systematic literature review. And according to the method, we have 3 stages you explained. Okay. And you also mentioned if there's some control. In this case, we have the box in green. Is it blue or green? The threats to validity. Okay. We do the searching as much as we know. We have done thorough review. Okay. But that's also threats to validity. That will risk the review survey. Okay, so you also mentioned that in your paper. All right. It's not impossible to write a paper when you know what to write. You know, you state the problem, you state your purpose, you know the limitation, and you describe the method step by step without knowing, then you realize, oh, I already have 5 pages. You know, it's not impossible. So this is done by my first year student, PhD student. She's also working full time in Polytechnic Bandung. Yeah, my student, Ani Rahmani, she's much older than me. Her age is 50 plus. She managed to write in her first year. and publishable. This is indexed by WAS and also Scopus. Okay. All right. Next is the results. You state the problem, you propose your approach, you mention the limitation, okay? Then you describe the method. Now you get the results. Okay, so you have you doing the analysis. Okay, usually we will include the primary data. You present that in table, in the graph, okay? What would help the readability, the understanding of your manuscript? Okay, so you support with all the help of figure, of table or graph, and then you provide the analysis, statistical analysis. You put the formula that you are using, all right? Then you have another two pages. Now you have 7 pages, for example, all right? Next, so as I mentioned, when we describe the results and analysis, it needs to be supported by visualization, because that will improve the understanding of people reading it. Okay, so you need to have the caption, the legend that should be self-explanatory. Okay, name it appropriately and simple. And usually we do not put color, because usually the journals, even the book chapter is printed black and white. Okay, but if you really need that, some journal allow that. And also some journal ask for extra fee to be printed in color. It depends where you publish. Okay, so this is just some tips. So when you have graph, make sure it's not really crowded, you know, and then when you have photo, make sure the scale is good, you know, and then what you want to really show is visible, it is clear, right? And then if you browse in Elsevier, they actually provide the 5-step guide to data visualization. Okay, the help is actually out there when you try to browse. So it's also available in that link, elsevier.com. Right, finally, we have discussion. Okay, we cannot just say, based on this questionnaire, the respondents say, respondent agree to this and this, for example, and it is strongly agreed, you know, something like, and the second point, also the respondent strongly agreed. It's not just it's not just stating what is already visible in the figures, in the numbers. We need to provide the discussion. We need to interpret the results. What does it mean when it is strongly agreed? What does it mean when the percentage is more than 80%? What does it mean by standard deviation 0.15? What does it mean? You need to explain that in the discussion part. Okay? So when we do discussion, we will relate this to the purpose of the paper and the title of the paper. Then only it shows the importance or the benefit of the research to have been done, or the main point that you want the people to understand when reading your manuscript. Okay, but when you're doing discussion, try to avoid as much as possible to state what is not supported by the results. Okay, and then the terms that is not mentioned earlier. Okay, it's not even mentioned in the introduction. Let's say you're talking about efficiency and performance. Suddenly in the results, in the discussion, you're talking about usability. You know, it's something else, it's another metrics. So we need to ensure the flow. Okay, the discussion basically stating and discussing the results, that the analysis that we get, and link it back to the title and the aim of the paper, right? Then you will have another page for discussion, maybe 2. Yep. finally, the conclusion. Okay, the final section is conclusion. You need to conclude your work. So in here, you can also mention the advanced work that can be done to further enhance or to further improve your research or your paper. Or you would say this is only for the small community, or the test is being done in the laboratory setting. It is maybe better if people can do that with practitioners, for example. All right, so you mentioned that, and you will need one section for conclusion. Okay, so here, conclusion section is also favorite section where reviewers or editors will look at. Okay, what actually you are doing, how do you conclude your work, must be visible in here. Right, next is acknowledgement. So you can have this, you may have this, or if you choose not to, it's also not a problem. But usually, if you have financial support to do the research or to pay the publication fee, so we put in acknowledgement, or you can also acknowledge the proofreaders or the typists or the advisors. If your advisors, who give you good advice in the paper, but not part of the authorship, so you can put their names in the acknowledgement. Okay, or maybe the suppliers who donate the materials for your research. Okay. And references. Okay, last but not least, references. These are very important. Okay, not too many, maybe 20. Okay, but it will be quite lengthy if you're doing a literature review paper, because definitely you are discussing about the current research effort, so you have more. All right. And so make sure that what you are referencing appear in citation in the text, and it must be meaningful. Don't just list down the references which is not even referred in your text. Okay, and then you also need to ensure that the work that you are referencing is visible in the references list. And nowadays, reviewers will look at recent references. Okay, you can refer to the old references if it's a guru paper. You understand what guru paper means? Is the fundamental theory of what you are doing. So you can refer to the paper in 1967, something like that. But you need to have recent work. If you say the survey says there's a problem, this and that, but look at the year 1999, maybe it's already solved, right? So you need to refer to the more recent paper. Okay, so when we refer to one method, okay, we refer to one paper. Let's say, talking about the method, look at their references as well and search for the same author and the same keyword to look if they already done more work on that. Okay, so cite the latest one. Okay. All right, I think that's it. 7 minutes, is it? Okay, if we have any questions, so I can take up some questions, or can I share a Google Scholar? Wait. Yeah. Can you open my Google Scholar? Sabrina Ahmad, Google Scholar. Yes. Okay, mine is not that good, but it can be an example. Okay. Okay, share. Okay. So that's my Google Scholar. I think last night I searched for Dr. Handy Sama. Because being a docent, so usually we have Google Scholar, we have Scopus ID, we have Publon's ID to make ourselves visible. So when we publish, okay, people, this is appear by itself. It is published somewhere, and the Google Scholar Engine will get that and appear in our profile. So people know what we are publishing. Okay, and people will recognize your work. And this is good for the ranking of university as well. Okay, so I'm just giving example of Google Scholar. Okay, can you on this? So like I say, this is work done. The first paper is only done by my master student by coursework. It's only the final year project. Okay, okay, cited by, click the cited by. Okay, so it's cited by 74 papers. So this being cited by all these other researchers around the world, right? So we want to people to understand what we're doing, what we're improving, and how other researchers are benefited from our work. Okay, it's only a point of how is get good citation. Is not only for the keywords, it's also where we publish. I discovered that this journal, International Journal of Education Technology in Higher Education, by Springer, okay, has many audience. It gets citation very fast. All right. And the second paper, can you back? Okay, meta heuristic optimization. That is also one of my students. He already graduated, I think, 2014. Pak Romi Wahono. He's staff of Udinus University. Yeah, Semarang. Yeah. Okay, also being cited by people around the world who's doing defect prediction. All right. So the more citation we get, the more visible we are as expert in the area in the world, right? And it helps so much for our career progression as an academic, and also to help the ranking, the good name, the reputation of the university we are working in, right? So I'm just sharing that. Is it the same case with UIB? You get promoted? Not sure. By publication, we are. I mean, in UTM, in Malaysia, most of the university, we are. They're looking at how many publication you have, things like that. Yeah. Okay. That's all. Okay, I'm taking any question, if there is any. If no, maybe later.
Thank you, Dr. Sabrina. And maybe we take break for 5 minutes for who want to go to the restroom. And in here, we will have a take break for 5 minutes for tea and coffee time. Okay. Hopefully for our audience already done for the break session, and we will continue for our next speaker, Dr. Nurul Ahmad Imran. And first, okay, for the for Dr. Nurul Ahmad Imran, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, still morning, right? Okay. So first of all, thank you, Pak Herman, as the moderator for the next session. My name is Nurul Akmal. I am responsible for research and postgraduate affairs in Faculty of ICT. Okay. I think please allow me to just introduce UTM and our postgraduate programs in Faculty of ICT. Some of you might already knew UTM, but some of you might don't know UTM, right? So I think it's good to have some introduction. I'll give some general introduction to UTM first, okay, before we talk about programs in Faculty of ICT. Okay. Next. Okay, so University Technical Malaysia Melaka, okay, as the name suggests, is situated in Melaka. Okay, so in 2008, okay, Melaka has been declared as a UNESCO Heritage City due to its outstanding cultural diversity. Okay, you can also see this through the building heritage, okay, to the living heritage in Melaka. Okay, so if you got a chance to go to Melaka, there are many historical buildings that you can visit. Okay, like the one on the slide, State Famosa, State High, and also there are many museums that you can go. Okay, in terms of location, it's not very far from Kuala Lumpur. Okay, it's about 130 kilometers to get from KL to Melaka. Okay, and in fact we have two campuses. Okay, where the main campus and also technology campus. Next. Okay. Historically, we started as a very small college, okay, called as KUTKM, College University Technical Kebangsaan Malaysia, in 2000, year 2000. Later, it has been upgraded to UTM in 2007, right? As I mentioned, we have two campuses. Main campus is the biggest one, okay, occupy about 700 acre. And the smaller campus is technology campus, about 29 acre. So these two campuses are not very far apart, but it is not within a walking distance, right? So you still need transportation to commute from one campus to another campus. Okay, next. So this is our UTM top management. Okay, we are led by our new Vice Chancellor, Professor T.S. Dr. Masila Kamarudin. In fact, together with us in this room is our third VC, okay, Prof. Datuk Dr. Shahrin, okay, who will share his expertise in our evening session, okay, on the cybersecurity topic. Okay, next. So there are 8 faculties. Next slide. We have 8 faculties. As you can see on the slide, majority of the faculties are from engineering background. Okay, so the Faculty of ICT, the yellow color there. Okay, and we have Faculty of Technology Management and Technopreneur. Okay, it's non-engineering faculty. And the functionalities of the faculty is also supported by 3 centers. Okay, with each with their own role. We have Center of Graduate Studies who manage postgrads. Okay, CEL, Center for Language. IPTK is the Institute of Technology Management and entrepreneurship. Okay, next. So currently, we have about 100 programs, okay, offered by them. This is for the whole UTEM, okay, not Faculty of ICT alone. So we have programs ranging from diploma until doctorate level, okay. So 13 PhD programs, including the pure research PhD, okay. Also, we have the mixed mode PhD or doctorate program, which are Doctor of IT, Doctor of Technology Management, and we have DEng, okay, Doctorate of Engineering. And in terms of master program, we have 11 master by research program, 26 coursework, okay, program, and also mixed mode program. There are 3 modes there. And around 39 bachelor programs and also 5 diploma programs, including 1 in the ICT. Okay, so for bachelor, we have 7 ICT programs. Okay, next, please. So in terms of total enrollment, as of April 2022, we have about 12,000 students, okay, already enrolled in our programs. So the highest enrollment is, of course, in our bachelor programs, okay, and then followed by PhD, master, okay, engineering doctorate, and also diploma. Next. So in terms of international students enrollment, okay, as of September 2022, okay, we have about 615 international students worldwide. As you can see from the slide, okay, the highest enrollment is in PhD program. It's about 387, followed by bachelor degree 148 and master. So as we speak now, I believe this number is increasing, okay, because we also receive additional applications, okay, enrollment from international students for the past 3 months. Next. So in terms of number of graduates, okay, since 2005, okay, UTEM has produced about 35,000 graduates, okay, from the programs. Next. So in terms of human resources, okay, we have about 65% of the staff holding a PhD, and we also hire expatriates, okay. As you can see, Indonesia is one of the country there, right? We have from Pakistan, also Yemen, Bangladesh, Taiwan, Jordan, and also India. Okay. Next. So in terms of international collaborations, okay, we have more than 50 active collaborations. If you focus on Indonesia region, right? So UIB is there, right? So we want to strengthen this relationship and the collaboration, okay, so that we can, as stated in MOU, right, there are strategic plan for us to work on, okay. Next. So UTEM in terms of global ranking recognitions. So as you can see, in terms of QS World University Ranking, we have 2 parts. QS Asia University Ranking. Currently, UTEM in 2022 is at 401 until 450 rank, okay. In terms of subject area, okay, in the QS ranking, there are 2 subject area there. Engineering, 451 until 500. Computer Science and IS, 651 and 670. So I think with the collaboration with UIB, we want to rise together. Okay, we want to be on top of the rank, to improve the ranking together. Okay, this is a strategic collaboration that we can plan. And the World University Ranking, currently we are at 1,201 plus. Okay. Okay, next. So there's some pictures of international students' activities in UTEM. Okay, so as international student, you got a chance to mix with the village people, with the local people. Okay, you can involve in their cultural tradition. Okay, but I think as you can see there in the picture, right, the students are making ketupat, right? So ketupat is not that something new in Indonesia. So common, right? So I think for the West, the students from non-Asia countries, this is something very new experience. So next, also you get a chance to visit the historical places, okay, all around Malacca, go river cruising, okay, in Sungai Malacca, okay, even participating in outreach programs, okay, designed for international students. I don't know, Mr. Tony got a chance to involve yet. Ada? Okay. So you should involve if you got a chance, right? Okay. Next. So this is the picture of the Faculty of ICT building. Okay, so our signature color is yellow. So it's very, very easy to see. Okay, it's very near to the entrance. I forgot to mention for those who are here, you got to get with you the brochure, right? Here. So this is a brochure of our programs. Okay, you can also see the color is also yellow. Okay. But for the online audience, don't worry. I'll share you the soft copy of it through our website. So our faculty is also accessible through the website, okay, which is in there. I'll also share in the chat. I'll later show you what is inside that website. So it might be useful for you, okay, to explore FTMK more. Next. So this is the picture of the faculty from Google Map satellite image. Okay, as you can see, okay, Faculty of Technology Maklumat, okay, ICT, is near to the entrance and also near to the Center of Graduate Studies and Center. Okay, so at the left-hand side there, left side of the picture are the student hostels. Okay, which is also quite near. And other facility as well. You can see there is the Dewan Chancellor where the graduation ceremony is held over there. Okay. So next. Right. So now we go into, we're going to focus on the Faculty of ICT. Okay. Basically, we have 5 departments, including diploma department, okay, Department of Diploma Studies. So the other 4 departments specializing in the area of computing. Okay, for example, we have a Department of Software Engineering, Department of Computer System and Communication, Interactive Media and Intelligent Computing and Analytics. Okay, next. So in terms of management team, we are led by a dean, okay, associate professor, Dr. Muhammad Sanusi Azmi, and we have 3 deputy dean, okay, and 5 head of departments. We're also supported by the administration and also lab coordinator. Okay, next. So now we are talking about human resources in Faculty of ICT. Okay, so in total we have 153 staff, mixed between the academicians and also administrator and assistant engineer. Okay, currently we have 9 professors, 13 associate professors, 76 senior lecturer, 23 lecturer, 11 administrator, and 21 assistant engineer. In terms of professional body members, we have 65 technologies and 3 geospecialists. So some people wonder what TS means, right, in our name. So it's referring to the technologies. So GS representing geospecialists. Okay, and 70 staff are currently holding PhD. Okay, and we have 2 international staff. In fact, both of them are from Indonesia. Okay, so we are welcoming, okay, more to join us. Next. So the vision is to be the leading creative and innovative center of excellence and services. Okay, and also we have the mission, in the next slide, to produce highly competent professional in the field of ICT through world-class quality technical education based on application-oriented teaching. So by saying application-oriented teaching, each of our subject has its own lab session, okay, for every topic. Okay, so it's supported by the ecosystem that enable this, okay, enable us to have the practical part of teaching. Right, next. So this is the academic program at FTMK. Okay, so we have from diploma to doctorate level. Okay, so 1 diploma in ICT, 7 bachelor programs. Okay, which is all under the umbrella of computer science. Okay. So we have software development, database administration, computer networking, interactive media, artificial intelligence, computer security, and also game technology. So in continuation, okay, at the bachelor level, okay, students are designed to continue their study in the master level. Okay, so in fact, we have 1 research mode master called as Master of Science in ICT, and also 7, okay, master by taught courses or by coursework. Okay, so the newest version of our coursework, Master of Software Engineering in Mobile Application Software Development, and Master of Technology in Data Science and Analytics. Okay, so all of our bachelor degree programs are designed to prepare them, okay, to the mastery level. Okay, as I'll show you after this, the specialization or the content of each program is very specific, okay, to each niche of computer science in the program. Okay, we also have 2 modes of doctorate programs. Okay, one is purely by research, which is a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD, and another is designed for industry, okay, which is Doctor of IT. Okay, I don't know, we might have industry representative in this session. Okay, you might be interested with this kind of program. So when we design the program, right, we have also industry in mind. So we have partners from the industry like Infineon, IBM, Oracle, Cisco, okay, Apple Computer, Java, and Adobe. Okay, so all of this program has been accredited, okay, by MQA, okay, Malaysia Qualification Agency, CIRIM, and also this is based on Computing Standard 2015. So I heard there is a new version of computing standard coming out. Okay, we might also follow on the latest computing standard. Okay, next. So the way I'll explain it, I'll start with the doctoral level first. Okay, and then we go to the master level. So this is a doctoral degree by mixed mode, called as Doctor of IT. Okay, as I said, it is designed for industry people who wants to also further their study and at the same time working at industry. Okay, so how this program is structured is that it's going to be 3.5 years program. Okay, so as you can see, level 1, level 2, level 3, right, on the slide. So in year 1, okay, the candidate will take all the subjects, okay, which is about 21 credits. It's about 7 subjects, okay. So to support people from industry, okay, we can conduct 60% of the program online. Okay, so don't worry, this can be arranged. Okay, we can have the online session, or if you can come to UTM, you can also do that. Okay, so in the second year is where you prepare, where the candidates prepare the research proposal. Okay, I'm gonna talk about research proposal after this. Okay, but for entry requirements, okay, Doctor of IT candidates do not have to prepare research proposal before admission. Okay, because they have time in the second year to do that. Okay, and third year, okay, as you can see, starting from year 2 until year 4, going to be 4 semester, right? They will be in industry. Okay, they don't have to come to UTM because during that time, the candidate already do the research to solve the industry problems. Okay, so if you want to know the entry requirements, okay, the candidate should have at least 2 years working experience and still working in the industry, okay, and have a master degree and obtain at least 1 computing related degree. In terms of English requirement, we need IELTS 5.0 or minimum TOEFL score 550. Okay, so to accommodate the industrial needs, right? We also ask the candidate to find a industrial supervisor, okay, with minimum master degree and at least 10 years of experience. Okay, so what's the difference with the normal PhD, right? They still need to defend the proposal. They still need to defend their thesis. It's not called thesis, it's called dissertation. Okay, but it's different from the pure PhD research because you are solving the real industry problem. Okay, and also have an industry touch. Okay, in the program. Okay, next. So doctoral degree by research, okay, this is another type of doctoral degree offered by FTMK or UTM. So the entry requirements there, candidate must possess a master degree or equivalent, okay, recognized by Malaysia government, and must obtain at least one computing related degree, and English requirements IELTS of 5.0 or 550 for TOEFL. Okay, so minimum 3 years, and they revised the maximum duration to 8 years. And then the fees is there. Okay, so it is open to all, even if you don't have a computing background. You still can apply, but we're gonna ask you to sit for some enhancement subjects, okay, to prepare you to embark in this research. Okay, next. So next is master degree by research. Or the name of the program is Master of Science in ICT. Okay, so the entry requirements is at least you have bachelor degree in computer science, minimum CGPA of 3.0. So all of this information is also in the brochure. Okay, you can also refer there. And English requirements, okay, IELTS is the same with PhD, okay, 5.0, but a TOEFL 520. Okay, so duration for full-time student 2 to 5 years, for part-time 3 to 5 years. And the fees is also stated there. You can ask question if you have, right? You don't have to wait for me to finish explaining. Okay. Okay, next. So these are the research areas, okay, for those who want to pursue a master or PhD degree, okay, by research, okay. But of course, it is not limited to this list, okay. This is computing areas, okay, that we are willing to capable to supervise, right? So the research onion there by Sanders is just a cosmetic part, okay, but actually it has a lot of information there. It's about the research method, right? Okay, next. Okay, now we go to the master by coursework, okay, where this is an entry requirement for all of our master by coursework programs. Okay, as I mentioned, we have 7, right? Master by coursework program. So it requires you to have bachelor degree, okay, or its equivalent, with minimum CGPA of 2.75. Okay, but okay, if you cannot comply this, we can also consider you having bachelor degree, minimum CGPA of 2.0. If you're not meeting 2.75 requirement, you can still be accepted, okay, but with rigorous internal assessment process. Okay, we are going to interview you, okay, to see whether you are qualified. Okay, those who have CGPA less than 2.5, okay, we can still consider you, right? But if you have a minimum 5 years of working experience, this is an advantage. Okay, so what about those without computing degree, right? This is a common question actually. It's actually we also consider, okay, those without computing degrees, but there is a condition where you have to sit for prerequisite modules in computing before you can get the full offer. All right, so this is to prepare you as well before you take the courses. Right. Now I think we go to the details of the programs. Okay. For next slide, we go to the courses one by one. Next. Okay, let's start with Master of Computer Science, Software Engineering. So we have 5 programs under the computer science umbrella, right? As I showed you before. So it means that there are some core subjects are overlapping. Okay, but in fact, we have improved this program by minimizing the core programs, but we increasing the number of subjects that specialize in each program. Okay, so as you can see here, for software engineering, okay, master by coursework, you must take 2 university courses, okay, like research methodology. There are other courses as well at university level. And advanced datacom and algorithm analysis. These are the only 2 common core subjects, okay, with other computer science program. The rest is specialized, okay, to each program. Okay, you can also look from the brochure as well. We put the list of the subject in each program, okay. So for example, here for software engineering, we have advanced software engineering, advanced software project management, requirements engineering, software testing, and you have 2 projects. Elective is also very specialized in software engineering. Okay, so duration for master by coursework is shorter than by research. Okay, 1 year. Okay, you can finish it, or 1 year and a half. Okay, including the project, and that is the price. Okay, so the fee is the same for the 5 programs. Okay, except for the 2 new programs that I just mentioned. Okay, the fees is a bit expensive because the number of credits is more. Okay, so for this program under the computer science programs, only 40 credits. Okay, so next. Okay, this is Master of Computer Science in Database Technology. So in fact, this is the only data management master program in Malaysia. Okay, it has been designed with those with database administration, okay, database specialization in mind. Okay, so this program also has been revised, okay, by introducing more specialized subjects that relates to database technology, like spatial database, advanced database system principle, database administration and security, and also big data analytics. So for big data analytics, there will be a lab session, okay, and 2 elective. Okay, so next, we also have Master of Computer Science in Security Science. Okay, so this program is a flagship of cybersecurity program. Okay, that aims to protect cyber world, okay, and secure digital environment in the future. So as you can see from the list of the subject there, okay, it's very technical. Okay, that's why what at the bachelor level, we prepare our students to advance, okay, their knowledge at the mastery level that has been designed with certification program, okay, like CICSP, okay, CDFFR, okay, CEH, CHFI, and CISMSE, as you can see there. Okay, so specialized for this at the core program, it has cryptography in data security subject, okay, security management practices, cyber threat intelligence is very specialized, system and network ethical hacking, 2 projects, elective also very specialized in this domain. We have student can choose 2 elective, like intrusion detection prevention, computer forensic and public key infrastructure, watermarking, security audit and assessment, secure software design and development. Okay, so the fees is also the same like other program in CS. Okay, next. So we also have internet working technology, right? Focusing on the secure network infrastructure. Okay, so this program also has been designed with the industry in mind. Okay, so very it's also following the professional certificates. As you can see there, specialized subject at core level is a distributed computing system, advanced mobile computing, advanced network design and diagnostic, internet security, and the elective there is also specializing in this particular area. Okay. So next, multimedia computing, okay, which is another program under the CS. Okay, here is focusing on providing the latest computing technology in designing and developing high-level interactive multimedia applications. Also has been designed with the industry in mind, and we have a list of subjects there and elective that specializing in this area. Okay. Next. Okay, next. Okay, so this is a new program, okay, that has been introduced in our faculty called as Master of Technology. So now we are going outside the computer science umbrella, okay? Okay. Okay, I'm going to speed up this, okay? If you have more interest, you can talk about this later, right? So next. Another program is a mobile development program. This is under software engineering. Okay, next. All right. Before I show the video, okay, about the program, okay, just see the video, watch the video first, and I'm gonna show the link later. Okay. It's supposed to have a sound. Is it? No? Okay, I think before I end this promotion session, I'll quickly show you the FTMK website where you can apply for the programs. Okay. See the screen? Yes. Okay. So this is FTMK website. Okay. As I mentioned, those are online. Okay. For online, you can get the brochure here for admission, postgraduate. Click on the postgraduate programs. Okay. Also can get further information about programs here. So this is the brochure. Okay. If you wish to see it. Also, there is a postgraduate online application there. Okay, you can click on there in order to start applying for the program that you want. Okay. Okay. Other things, okay, under academics link also, there's more about the postgraduate programs that we have. Okay, where you can see the structure of each program there. Okay. For all of the programs. Okay. So I think thank you very much. That's all for the session. Do we need a break before? Yeah. Yes, it's already 12 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to continue for the next session regarding the writing the research proposal. Thank you.
Okay. For for next how to write research proposal, before we continue, we will break 5 minutes. Thank you all for the time. And now we will continue our section with Dr. Nurul Akmal. And for the time, I'm giving to Dr. Nurul. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Herman. Hi, it's me again. Okay, I hope you still have the energy for another around 45 minutes, okay, for this topic. It's about a research proposal for PhD admission, okay. So next. So I'm going to talk about three things only, right? First is why research proposal, okay? And then the components of research proposal specific to PhD admission, okay? And some sample topics on computing research, okay? So the question whether or not, right, to pursue PhD is a very big question in one's life, okay? So it requires you to have the big why, okay, you want to pursue PhD, whether it's just for the personal interest, okay, is it because you want to advance your career, right, for promotion and so on. So ideally, okay, we want to have a very smooth PhD journey, right, just like picture on the top, okay, very straight, okay, line of a road, okay, there is no obstacle, very clear, right, no obstacle in the middle and so on. But in reality, it could be different, right? The journey, if you ask those who already went through PhD research, okay, you can find a lot of, each experience is unique, okay, they have different challenges, and eventually they made it. Okay. So the topic is about research proposal, but let me just give some motivation on it, right? Why do you need this? Okay, next. So once you decide to pursue for PhD, for whatever reasons that you have, you are actually embarking in conducting research. Okay, so different from Dr. Faidi's, it has coursework. So research is a systematic investigative process, okay, that requires you to set up a systematic way, okay, to answer the research questions. And it can be cyclic in nature. Start with the problem, definition, okay, and other steps there. So research can be divided into two, okay, either a pure basic research, which is inquiry aimed at increasing the scientific knowledge theoretically, or applied research that you use the pure basic research as the basis to solve problems or developing new processes, product techniques. Okay, so of course, this classification is not limited there. We have other way to classify research, as we shall see after this. Okay, so next. So why research proposal? Okay, so we use research proposal as a document, okay, that will describe the proposed area of research. Okay, you can say it's as a blueprint of the intended study. Okay, so either you prepare research proposal because you want to apply for a research at higher degree program, or you want to apply for the research grants. Okay, you also need to prepare research proposal. So in our case today, we want to prepare research proposal for PhD admission. Okay, so we want to know what are the requirements. Okay, so it's also good to have upfront consultation. Okay, you contact the potential supervisor first, okay, at the faculty, so that you can identify the research area of interest, okay, prior to the submission of an application. So at faculty level, it's going to be easier this way because you already have the discussion, you already know the research area that you want to propose, and the next step is to check whether the area of expertise of your proposed supervisor match, okay, with the research that you're proposing. Okay, so next. In terms of documentation, right? Okay, so research proposal must be between 10 to 15 pages only. Okay, you have about 2,000 words until 4,000 words. Can use clear and legible font. Okay, write double space. This is just a formatting things. Okay, but it's not actually strict requirements. As long as we understand what you're writing, okay, that's fine. And also good for you to state the name of the proposed supervisor. Okay, but if you don't know, right, you don't state, what we do in the faculty is that we're going to assign a supervisor for you, okay, based on the area of research that you are proposing. Okay, but as I state, it's good to have upfront, okay, consultation with the proposed supervisor first. Next. So you can see this is a structure, okay, of a research proposal that we use in UTM. So the one at the left and there's the one at the right. Okay, it's a bit different, right? So when you enroll in our when you enroll in the program, in our program, right? So you're going to write two types of research proposal. Okay, the one at the left is for the admission purpose. It's more relaxed. Okay, but when I say relaxed, is that we don't expect a solid proposal from you. Okay, because you still have time. Once you enroll as a PhD student, you'll have time 1.5 years to come up with another research proposal, and it will be presented during a research proposal defense session. we have to defend your proposal. At this level, the proposal must be solid. Okay, it means that you already clear about the problem that you want to address, the research questions, okay, the methodology that you want to use. At least you have a decent literature review, okay, being covered in the research proposal during the defense. Okay, I think that's Pak Tony will go through that process, right? She's preparing that. Already done. Alhamdulillah. Okay, it's good to hear. Herman is doing. Oh, you already go through the defense. Okay, that's good to hear. So, Pak Herman, you are doing that. Good luck with that. Okay, so don't worry. Okay, it's common at the beginning we feel lost. Okay, we feel that we are in the darkness. There's always self-doubt, right? When you want to start your PhD journal. But for the sake of the application, right, it's a bit relaxed, okay? Because we know that it might change after 1.5 years, okay? Maybe title might change as well, okay? But we hope you don't change the research area far from the original one, okay? So at least you have 8 parts in the research proposal for animation. Title of the research is also very important. Executive summary, background of the brief literature. Okay, so we don't expect you to conduct in-depth literature yet, but if you have, that's good. Okay, research objective must be there, research method, expected outcomes, milestone, and also references. Okay, the one at the right side, okay, for proposal defense, it's more in-depth. Okay, where the problem statements is there, must be very clear. You also state hypotheses. By this time, you already know, at least you have idea about the method that you want to use, okay? Okay, next. Okay, it's also important to identify the body of knowledge that your research will be contributing, okay? So, because you, once knowing the body of knowledge of the research that you're proposing, you can claim on the contribution, okay, later on, in which body of knowledge, in which knowledge area that you're advancing, okay? If you refer to the computing category, okay, categorized by SCM, there are, in under computing, okay, have at least 4. There are 4, okay, areas: computer science, software engineering, information technology, and information systems. And in fact, in this major discipline also have sub-discipline, okay, that you can look at. Okay, next. So some tips, maybe when you're reading the literature, right, you can get idea about the body of knowledge by looking at the journal coverage as well. Okay, this is from Scopus. Okay, you can see the subject area there. And also inside the paper itself, you can get the idea about which body of knowledge that this piece of work is contributing to. Okay, which is very important. Okay, next. So PhD checklist. Okay, so I always tell my student, okay, to reach the level of PhD, at least you must show the novelty aspect of the research, okay, where you're going to expand the knowledge, right? It has to be something new, okay? Non-trivial means the research questions that you're addressing is not just simply yes or no answer, okay? It has, it requires your systematic steps, okay? Analytical and critical evaluation of information in answering the research questions, okay? And the question is worth answering, okay? This comes the significant contribution of the research, okay? You can see from the impact of the result of the research, right? So next. So problem formulation is not within the structure of the research proposal for admission as I show, but it's actually need to be mentioned as well, okay? Even though it's not final yet, but this is very important. At the beginning, you know what's the problems that you address. Okay, later on, we're gonna see how you can write a problem statement, okay, for the research. So this problem formulation, okay, problem is basically the gap of what is and what need to be. Okay, so the ultimate goal is to transform a generalized problem, something that bothers you, something is lacking, okay, into a targeted and well-defined problem, which can be resolved through focused research and careful decision making. Okay, next. So writing the problem statement is very good, okay, because it helps you to clearly identify the purpose of the research. Okay, without having a clear problem, we don't know what to do, right? It's not clear what to do. So often the statement of the problem become the basis of introductory section of your final proposal. You can start with the problem statement first, okay, before proposing the solution. So it need not to be long, okay, to write a problem statement. 1 page is enough, okay, for a good statement of problem. I'm going to give you example later, okay. Next. So these are at least the criteria that you can follow, okay, to write a good research problem statement, right? First of all, it should address the important question, the gap in the knowledge, okay. You identify the body of knowledge, and then the next step is to address the gap, okay. So the answer should make a difference, okay. It should be significant enough to contribute to the existing body of research, okay. So advance the frontiers of knowledge, okay, something new, okay, the novelty aspect just now, and then it should be specific, not too general, okay, and it should be feasible to find a solution. Feasible means within the time of PhD, right? You have about 3 years. Should be feasible, okay, should be realistic to be achieved. And one mistake that students usually do is they put solution inside the problem statement. Okay, that's something that we need to avoid. So solution should not be part of the problem statement. There is another section for you to write the solution or proposal, okay? Okay, next. So this is some guideline, okay? Not necessarily that you have followed this. So when you write a statement of problem, the characteristic should be persuasive, convincing, right? Because you want to highlight the significant part of it, not only the non-trivial aspect and novelty, okay? So part A, usually we state the ideal, okay, what is needed actually, okay, what is the desired goal, what is the ideal situation. And part B is the reality, the contradiction with the ideal, okay, the gap, okay, people always use gap term. And part C is the consequences. What if you don't do this? What is the implication? Okay. So next. So this is an example of problem statement. Okay, so I coded into 3 colors there. So the green one is part A, red one part B, and the blue one is part C. Okay, so what is the ideal situation? Example from GIS system. Okay, so scalable and efficient analysis of road networks determines the quality of a GIS. So this is the ideal. Okay, so the right box there is the characteristic. Okay, now it has the ideal part components there. Secondly is the part B. Okay, the contradiction, the reality, or the problem itself. So what's the problem now? We have the ideal situation. The problem is the model used to represent and analyze road networks in GIS, unfortunately, do not guarantee scalability and efficiency when used to calculate optimum path for large networks. Okay, so usually we use word like unfortunately, however, but, right, to represent the contradicting statement. And the third part, the blue one, is the consequence. Okay, so what? You don't have this model, so what? Okay, the so what question. As a consequence, error caused by information loss in GIS leads to misleading road networks analysis. So from here, implicitly, we know if there is solution for it, it will contribute to the reducing the information loss, right, in GIS analysis. So as you can see, there is no solution in this statement. Okay, it's solid for the problem statement. Okay, so next. So how to find legitimate research problem? Okay, so finding the problem is a problem, right? It's quite hard to find a problem. Okay, even sometimes we keep changing the problem. Okay, so the problem is maybe our thinking as well, right? So there are some resources. Okay, you can look around you, can make observation. Famous way read the literature. Okay, read, and sometimes we don't know how many paper we want to read. Okay, seek the advice of the expert if you have. Gather in the professional conferences. Maybe you can look at the future work of the people, right? To get the idea of the problem that you want to address. Okay. More importantly, the topic is the one motivate you. Okay, that you have passion about, because you're gonna spend with this topic for the rest 3 years, okay, or more, right? So it needs to be something that interesting for you, okay, at least, and realistic. Okay. Next. So now we go to the next section. Okay, you have to write the brief literature in your research proposal. Okay. I think at this level, maybe you don't have idea yet, right? The idea might be blurry, okay, but you still need to do some literature review here to support the problem that you addressing. Okay, so we have already the problem formulation, and to support that, you need to give some literature review. Okay. Okay, next. So this just a guideline, okay, about literature databases that you can use. So as UTM students, okay, if the database is not subscribed, okay, by university, we can still get the paper because we have inter-library collaboration, right? So don't worry, you can get almost any paper that you want. So if for database subjects, we have all subject databases you can get from WAS, okay, Scopus, popular ones, Google Scholar, okay. But as you can see the order, right? It is advisable to read paper from the highest quality first, okay? Usually you get it from WAS, okay, Web of Science, and then Scopus, and then Google, right? So the common way we do it, we Google it first, right? and then we start reading from there. Okay, so it's good to read from the highest quality paper first before you can summarize your findings and synthesize the findings. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, this is a bit wordy, okay, but I'm gonna share this slide anyway with you. Robinson, okay, Mueller, Kranz, and Miles, they took initiative in order to identify the types of research gaps. Okay, it's not research gap, the type of research gaps. So I think this is useful when you want to justify, right, the gaps that you find in the literature. So it could be evidence gap, it could be knowledge gap, practical gap, okay, or even methodology gap, right, empirical gap, theoretical, and population gap. Okay, so sometimes you just read it generally, right? We find gaps in literature, but if you can be specific on the type of gaps that you are talking about, that will be more convincing, okay, showing that you understand what is lacking, okay, in the current body of knowledge. Okay, I think you can read this later. Next. Okay, the next component of research proposal is research title. Okay, this is important, very important. Okay, because when we want to check the proposed supervisor, right, that you state in the proposal, you also check the research title in order to determine whether the expertise match. Okay, so this is to be fair for the students, right? We want you to be supervised by someone who are expert in the area. So for research proposal during admission, we call the initial working title. Okay, we know that the title might change, right? After you read more, you find out more during your 1.5 year, okay, before the proposal defense. Okay, so we advise the title not too long, okay, only 15 words or less. And as a guide, right, you can have a number of components in the title, okay, to have a solid and good title. Okay, let's see what the components are. Okay, this is not compulsory, but it's a good guide. Okay, next. So just like in the paper title, okay, as Dr. Sabrina presented this morning, the title needs to be specific. Okay, you can put the area of interest. Okay, because the title represents what you want to do. Okay, you can start with mentioning the broader topic, and then focus on the research. Also mention the method or the outcomes. So I also use the color-coded components there, okay, and some example, okay. So for example, the first one, right? Barriers to internet banking adoption, qualitative study, okay, among the corporate customer in Thailand. So in this title, we have the focus of the research, which is the barrier itself, and the broader topic is the internet banking adoption, and the method used is also mentioned there. Okay, so let's see at the title that have all 4 components at the end. Okay, implementation of gaming style of quality management and action research in plastic company. Okay, so it has the outcome first being mentioned, which is the result of the implementation. Gaming style is the focus of the research. Quality management is the broad area, and action research is the method used. Okay, so you can follow this as a guide to come up with the title. Okay, next, research aim and objective. Okay, so this should also be inside the research proposal for admission. Okay, it's important because you want to at least convince yourself, okay, what you want to prove, okay, what you want to investigate and examine research. So the research aim and objective can be formulated by using the SMART principle: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. But usually we don't state the time bound in the statement, okay? But it's enough to have specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic, okay? So there are 2 terms, okay? We have aim and objective. What's the difference, okay? So aim usually emphasize what need to be achieved in general term, okay, within the scope of research. From the aim, you divide it into objectives, okay? What needs to be achieved, okay, separately, okay? It has several parts. And aim specify what needs to be studied, and research objective comprise a number of steps that address how research aim will be achieved. Okay, it's very specific. So as a rule of thumb, we should have just one research aim, and you can have several research objectives. So achievement of each research objective, this is how you map it, okay, will lead to the achievement of the aim. Okay, so the way you write the aim should be general, okay, as opposed to the objectives, okay. Next. All right, I think I'm going to speed up a bit, okay. We have a time constraint here. I gave example about problem. Okay, this is the problem that I showed you before. Suppose that the title is Effect of Reduced Graph for the Presentation of Analysis of Network in GIS. Kind of research aim that you can write is to develop a model based on the reduced graph for the presentation of analysis of network in GIS, allow reducing number of vertices without losing information. And research objective to achieve the aim may be, okay, possible to determine the factors impacting information loss, analyze nature of reduced graph, and evaluate the impacts of the reduced graph on scalability and efficiency on the network representation and analysis. Okay, next. So the methodology also important inside the research proposal. It will state how you're going to address the research problem, right? So you can put it in a flow chart as the aid to present your method. Next. So the way to write the method, okay, I think I'm not going to explain in detail, right? So at least you have an idea about the types of research that you are using. There's another classifications, either quantitative, qualitative, or mixed mode, right? So next. So another classification of research, okay, it could be based on the application, either the pure research or applied, based on classified by objective, whether it's descriptive, exploratory, correlational, explanatory, predictive of action research, or whether it's based on inquiry mode, quantitative or qualitative or mixed. So even quantitative research, we can have experimental, non-experimental. Qualitative, we have historical, phenomenological, ethnographic, case study, and grounded theory. Okay, you can mention that inside the proposal. Need not to be so detailed, but enough to know the broad method to use. Okay, next. Okay, so this is another classification of type of research based on either it is experimental or non. Okay, other categories. Okay, next. So expected outcomes is stating what will be the outcome of the research. Okay, will be a new algorithm, will be a new framework, approach, processes, the one that will meet the three criteria just now: novelty, non-triviality, and also significant contribution. Okay, next. Okay, executive summary, even though it is after the title, right? We usually write it last. Okay, once we know about the problem, we know about the aims, objective, okay, and then we can write the executive summary, stating, summarize the issues, objective, methods, okay, expected outcome. Right, next. And finally, come up with a work schedule or the milestone of the research, which is also important because every time we embark in research, we have to have an end in mind. Okay, you are not going to do PhD forever, right? So it needs to be feasible to be done within 3 years' time. Okay, and then for that, you need to have a good plan. Okay, how you're going to achieve the milestone. Okay, next, I think nearly to the end. So these are some samples of research topics in computer science. You can have an idea about the area that you want to pursue. Okay, I'm not going to read one by one. So I think there are 35 sample topics just to get the idea about the topic that you can explore. Okay, I think that's all within 1 minute. So for Q&A, if any.
Okay, first of all, I would like to say to our audience that give applause to our speaker, Dr. Sabrina and Dr. Nur Ahmad. And later running out the time, and we will start the Q&A, start from the first speaker and second speaker. And here I will be reading for the question from our audience from the chat room, or maybe other participant want to asking the question directly. I'm giving the time. For the first, I will be reading from question Stephanie. The question is to Dr. Sabrina. In here, the question is, maybe Dr. Nurul can be sitting together with Dr. Okay, so the question is, I do really hunger paying to the publishing my journal internationally. Is there any secret to achieve the goals beside this PPT slide which you have presented earlier? What you have normally addressed to all your students prior to publishing their scholar journal to emphasize and encourage them? Thank you.
Can you repeat, Herman?
Okay, so mostly the question is any secret to achieve. Okay. Yeah, from Stephanie. Any secret to achieve the goal beside the PowerPoint? Anything you have tips and tricks?
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the question. There are many tips. Like I said, usually we have days of workshop doing it. I think maybe we can have some sort of thing, Dr. Handy. Yeah, maybe we can host a workshop where usually we do it together in a workshop, the writing part. And to publish internationally is really doable. There are many international journals available, hosted by Malaysian, by Indonesian, or of course by other countries as well. Okay, as long as what you want to share with the readers is visible and you choose the right journal, and usually it will get published because the journal also hunger for the papers, good papers, so that it will make their journals better. Yeah. So it's win-win situation. And my advice is that don't go straight away for high-ranked journal. Okay. You may start with non-indexed journal, but it's still indexed in Google Scholar. That is good enough. There are many international journals are like that. In fact, we have one in UTM. Are you in computer science or in computing? Who's asking just now, Stephanie? Yeah, we have one journal called JACTA. That is Google Scholar Index. Yep. Actually, initially, when I discussed with Pak Tony, we want to do small workshop here so that we can help you to publish in our journal. But we can do that later, no problem. Yep. So that is international journal as well. And we have many more we can share with you. You can start small, maybe a lower rank journal. If index, maybe you start with Q4 or Q3. Okay, once you get comfortable, then only you go to the higher ranking journal. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll just add a few points to that. I mean, publishing is not something exactly what Professor Sabrina said. It's not that by tomorrow you will be somebody. It is a lifelong journey, and you need to take step-by-step approach. And all of us in academia, I think the first question, what PM Dr. Sabrina said this morning is that, why do you publish? Actually, before you ask that question, why are you a docent? Okay, why you? Yes, that's the first question you should ask yourself. Am I in the right field? Okay, why am I a teacher? Why am I a lecturer? Do you aspire to be a professor, a scholar, a learned person in the area? Because all that we talk about this morning actually require passion. If you do not have that drive, it will not push you through. Why you want to do? I can ask Tony. Why is he doing his history? Is it because of your job, you are required to do that, or is it because of your passion? Okay, motivation can come from every aspect. It could be intrinsic inside of yourself. It could be extrinsic outside of your own self. If it's something extrinsic coming from outside, I want to get a job, I want to be promoted, it will not last long. So it has to come from within yourself. That would be sustainable because it will drive you throughout your life and your career. So coming back to the exact question, is there a tips? Is there a secret? Yes, but when it becomes something common, it's no longer a secret. But the main thing is that you cannot do this alone. So that's the first thing that what I'm trying to share with you, and that's the reason why we are here. Because not only that you have to work within your own faculty, you have to work within your own organization. It has to be across organization. It has to be across border. And that's why UTM from the beginning, when I was dean and later on I was director for the UTM, I was working with Pak Handoko and so on. So this is it is an organizational journey of which everybody need to embark in it. We can give you examples. The journal or the paper which is highly cited are very much cooperative journals. So there are even journals which has thousands of authors. Sounds ridiculous, but yes. Okay, The paper which are highly cited are very much cooperative journal. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you're small, big. In Indonesia, people say, "Oh, UE is Bandung is ATS is the best." No, you can be a small player, but are coming with a trend in a new domain, a new research area. Your paper can be highly cited. So as exactly what PM Sabrina said, and PM Dr. Nurul also said, this what we are bringing to you is just an enticement to you, for us to get excited, for us to work on it. And later on, of course, this is post-COVID where we have just starting to come back to work together, and hopefully we can share more. And what PM Sabrina suggested is exactly what is needed. If we are just starting up, we definitely need in fact, some workshop we did was like, more than a week kind of thing, but at least 3 days actually, of which upon completing the 3 days workshop, you have your paper ready to be published. Okay, the workshop that we conducted for our own staff, we even help you to identify which journal you should be publishing. As the Chinese saying said, 1,000 miles journey start with your first step. If you have never published, then start small. It could be a conference paper, non-cited journal, but eventually you will arrive to something. And as I said, I'm saying this for a person who have been in academia for the last 30 years. Start small, think big, and motivate yourself. Why are you doing this? Okay. For those, who believe that knowledge is something sacred, you are actually going into new domain of knowledge. For those who are Muslims, in the hadith, the Prophet said, when you die, everything is gone. Okay, except anak yang soleh and ilmu yang dimanfaatkan. So imagine you wrote a journal, even you are not around, somebody is using your journal for future knowledge. Okay, pahalanya berterusan. The deeds, if you believe in God, that's the good deed that you're doing in academia. Imagine the person that you train, like ourselves. Later on, you guys will be academia. You train your students. Your students go out, earn a living, brought a family up, develop your country, and those are the good deeds that you did as a docent. Academia is something noble. Likewise, if you are a medical doctor, but if you ask me, a medical doctor can only treat one patient at a time, but a docent can teach 30 students at a time. So your impact is much, much more. Okay, so that is the motivational part. Okay, I end at that.
Thank you, Doctor. So big announce, yeah. So big motivation for us. And any question? Maybe. Okay. From Dr. Raini, I will read it or just.
Yeah, I can read that. Yeah.
Okay.
Choose the right words.
Oh, here is how to choose the right word to catch the A of the reader. Maybe in here specific in keyword maybe. For the reader, since we have a same thinking word using in our article, it will be a problem in plagiarism. In your experience, how to avoid this? Is there any tips and tricks?
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding the words, the keyword is not necessarily catchy. The keyword must represent the content of the article that you are writing. What needs to be catchy is the title. It must be interesting so that people want to read. But what makes things interesting from the perspective of academia, from docent point of view, is the area of research that people are doing. That will be the buy-in. Meaning to say, what's popular nowadays? If you are doing, let's say, pattern recognition, or you are improving certain technique in soft computing, you are contributing in which domain? Sometimes the domain is something popular in certain area of time. What's popular now? If in computing nowadays, data science, cybersecurity, so and then e-health. We are in pandemic for several years, right? So how to take care of yourself without being able to go to the hospital for self-care. So e-self-care, e-health is kind of popular nowadays. So that kind of keywords. So when we are doing research, we are finding the right domain for us to contribute, and that would give you inspiration and what kind of word that you can use in your articles. But again, it's not only it's catchy. It must be in the area that people are looking into, right? And then if you want to make it catchy, people usually have question marks in the title sometimes, right? And then what else? What else? Ada idea, Prof? Okay. Prof Sharin has some idea to make it interesting.
Okay, my tips in this is simple. I remember when I was a student, long time ago in 1991, when I see my supervisor with some idea and he do not accept my writings or whatever it is. His answer is simple. Being a British supervisor, they're very traditional. You know, very short word they will respond. Okay, my supervisor is a Scottish guy, and he say, Sharin, you go back, you read some more. Yes. They hardly tell you anything, they hardly give you any tips. But again, coming back to the Muslim, the first ayat is Iqra bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq khalaqal insana min alaq. I mean, read. So to get a lot of ideas on what keyword to use, my answer is simple. Keep on reading. Okay, if you are interested in a certain domain, get as many. If I'm supervising, I'll be asking my students for every week. I had one student, I mean, one of the best students I have in terms of reading. He will read 5 journals a week. Yes, so we read, there's a paper a day and he will summarize it. Okay, he will summarize it. So imagine in 1 month how many paper he will start reading, but the problem is that by then you have too many keywords and too many ideas. But it's okay. Okay, it's better to have a lot more than not as many. Then you just filter through what would be interesting to you and what are the things that you want to do. So my simple tips to this is actually try to read. If you have difficulty in understanding reading a paper, okay, PM Sub, can we also have another seminar how to read a journal paper? There's also tips actually how to read a journal paper to understand as much as you can. Where do you first start read? Of course, you go reverse to the way you write. Okay, so identify the title, read the abstract, okay, the method used, and what are the findings. That's it. Okay, and then you have a summary for all those. So you pick up which one is the most relevant to you, and those are called as your main key papers for your research. You should sleep with those papers. Because in the Viva, it's a common question that the examiner will be asking you. Okay, which are out of your 200 papers, which are your main reference? And those are the 5 or 10 main reference that you'll be using. Okay, so coming back to the question, read some more.
Okay.
Okay. Another question, but before, is this really experience? And maybe this is the last question. Maybe for the last question, because the time is already running out. Dear Prof. Sabrina, I'm impressed with your PowerPoint, a specialist introduction part. It seems the delicate model on introduce was there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Any question is another model which today is the most relevant, maybe few.
Okay, thank you very much. I would recap what Prof. Sharin said. there are many things out there. You have to read. That's why the name is research. You search again and again repetitively. Then research, then only we will discover what other people have done. And there are actually many deficiency models. So the paper that I snapshot in my screen for the introduction part, I'm co-supervising this student doing identification for timber defect. If who's asking there, if you are interested, I can, yeah, Yedin, I can link you to the main supervisor, Dr. Umi Raba'ah back in UTAM, and also the student himself. Yep. But to answer the question, there are many. Is there any other models? Yes, a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You can link me up. Appreciate for your effort, Professor. Thank you.
Check. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the end of the event. And before closing the event, I invite all Zoom participants to open your camera and we will take pictures together. Okay. There are 2 slides, so we will start with the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, I would like to thank our speakers today for the presentation and all the online and offline participants. I believe what our speakers have shared today will be useful for all of us. And on behalf of the team, I apologize for any inconvenience during the seminar and thank you, all of you, for the participation. Alhamdulillah, have a great day and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And let me remind you to claim your certificate using the token as mentioned in the chat. And for the offline participants, let's take pictures together.